Good evening and welcome back. So, um, in my break, I had a long talk with my brother and we talked what he's doing and stuff like that for the game. And he has some interesting concepts done, even though they're quite rough and he didn't want to show them off yet. But there might be something soon I can show you guys. Um, and then I was thinking about data types and data driven design and stuff like that. And um, he mentioned data for characters. And that got me thinking, what do I want for my characters? What kind of um, world do I want to build? And what kind of data each of these villagers will have? And one of the things that's used in RPGs, role playing, and RTS, and all different kinds of games is factions, faction data, and stuff like that. And I need to think about what kind of system I want to have in here, and then create some data sets for our villagers and every NPC in the world, basically. And the first ideas, which I have in a condition at the moment, is if I kind of talk to this guard, and here I have the option to um, she's asking who we are, what we want. First found a typo here. And second thing is that we, even though the typo is inside our dialog database, second thing is that I'm setting a condition here, angered guards, and that is kind of a problem if I want to have this for different characters and have them like me, not so much like me, and stuff like that. And the best solution for that would be to have some kind of faction data, basically, which would be for each faction just an integer and going from 0 to 10 maybe, or from 0 to 9. So I'm not really sure about it yet, but something in that area. And then I could have more interesting conversations with people depending on that data. And I would need to expand my condition system to test something like, are we in good standing with that faction? If yes, then we get the different dialogue options basically, and I can create really interesting systems with that. So that's definitely one thing I'm thinking about adding. And as you saw before, I wrote down all the data types I have so far. I added in the journal entry data type, which I added an ID to, so that I can create a complete table for my journal entries as well, and copy the ones over that we need basically. And I'm not sure what that is. Why we have this method here with that strange name. And it's not doing anything. So I think it was something I created at some point and need to delete it. Even though there's nothing happening in here. Because all things with that happen in the journal itself. Yeah, okay, you were setting this data, and in the journal entry we have nothing to correspond to that. Oh yeah, because I'm using data binding here. So this should be changed if I change those. That's why there's no additional code in here. And there's a lot of stuff that I can create outside basically, so that I have to do less in the engine itself and control the game with outside data basically, which also is a nice idea for adding modding support at some point. So it's also something to think about. There's one thing that I wanted to have a look at, and that's the first person character here, but I didn't do much research in my break for that. But I think we can tackle that. Thing is, I want to change the first person mode, like I have it at the moment, into some kind of third person mode. So the first thing we might need to do is take this character here and add a bone for the head. Not quite sure if I can remove the head, but I think we need a bone up there so that we can attach the camera into that bone. Because at the moment it's a bit of a problem. If we are running, then we see the inside of the head. Sorry about that. So let's have a look at that. Yeah, you saw it there. It's nice when we're standing still. We have the body feel here basically, but if we are running, then it doesn't look good at all. And I also wanted to be able to switch between third and first person mode. So let's have a look. I had a tutorial for that somewhere here. Yeah, here it is. Or just a forum thread. And want to look into this. And that's all on the character blueprint, yeah. So let's move this to another monitor and see what we can do with it. So the first thing I think is to create part of the third person character setup. So I think we need to add some kind of what is called boom arm or spring arm. Yeah, spring arm here. And then put the camera into that. And then we go into the event graph. We also need to set up a few keys, I think. Yeah, we need one key. So we go into input and action mappings and add another key. Toggle camera. And where do I want to put that? Let's put it to Q. And then in the event graph, that's input, but first I will put it somewhere down here so we have space to work on it. Add an event. Input action toggle camera. We need a few variables for this system, and that reminds me I need to. What's the gun offset? Okay, I'm not using that. Delete that. It's all stuff from the standard setup here. So a lot of stuff in that I don't need. Let's sort this out a bit. So let's sort this into a movement category. Then we have also movement. Then we have inventory stuff. This is also for inventory. No, this is not for inventory. This is for interaction. Also interaction. I think we're using that for interaction. And this we also use for interaction. So now it's a bit more sorted out. So we need a new variable here, which is a bool. It's first person. Let's put this into camera category. Then we need another variable here, max FOV, which is float. Max camera distance. And then we need our spring arm here. But we have a reference to that in our components, so it's okay. Okay, we also need minimum camera distance. We need minimum FOV. Let's duplicate that. And another variable here. Zoom increment. This is for mouse scrolling and stuff like that. And I think that's all we need for this. So let's try that. Let's first branch here. And check if we are in first person mode. And if that is true, then we set that to be not in first person, because in this case we are toggling our camera. And then we are setting we take our camera here and we set the field of view. And in that case we are using the maximum field of view, which is a bit strange here, but okay, let's see. I'm just doing what the tutorial does here. This is not what it shows. Yeah, looks like they changed a few things. The tutorial is a bit older. It's it's from 2014, but I will try to get it to work. And then we set the spring arm set target arm lengths. To minimum camera distance. And here we're doing basically the opposite. So we are setting first person. This is when we are in third person mode. And then we change when we are doing this. And setting the arm lengths. Which to me feels a bit backwards, but we will see what the result is. We can change and tweak the system later. anytime, so it shouldn't be a problem. So that's our toggle camera. Okay, the next thing is based on mouse wheel up. Just remembered something here. Update the text down there so that you can see what I'm doing. Let's do the branch here again. So it's first person, and if that is true, we are setting the field of view. Oh, I was using the wrong variable type up here. That's why it looked different. Let's change this here. Okay. And to get the value for that, we are doing some math. So we start with the camera and the field of view. And then we are we are removing something from that. In this case they're doing 10. Not quite sure why, but we will find out later. Then they clamp that. And here they use the minimum and maximum FOV variables. That's the first part. And here we are doing we are working on the spring arm. Getting the arm lengths. Minus our zoom increment. And we are clamping that. So camera distance, min and max. And we're setting the target arm lengths here. With our value we created. Hello. As a whole, I'm working on an exploration adventure game. Set in a fantasy world, based on a pen and paper role-playing session, and we let's walk around a bit so I can show you a few things. The camera is a bit wonky because I'm just working on it at the moment, and I just noticed that I can't really use the same kind of interaction system with that. And you can talk to people here and get a bit of information about the land. And at the moment, sorry about the camera, it's a bit hard to control. I should be able to pick this up somehow, but like I said, I'm working on the camera at the moment, and I can pick up items. I can either put them in my inventory or pick them up physically in the world, carry them around, throw them somewhere, and I will later use that for pressure plates and environment puzzles and stuff like that. And that's basically all there is. If we walk around and hit specific triggers in the world, we get a bit of feedback. Let's run over here. And now we found the temple cave, and if we open our journal, there should be some entry here for that, but I recently changed that, so I think the data is gone. But we get a date and information about the area we found basically in our journal. Every time we talk to some important NPC, we also get a journal entry, and this kind of keeps track of what we discovered about the world. but focusing stuff is a bit complicated at the moment because of the camera. But I have a branching dialogue system in here. And this is kind of broken at the moment. I think mostly because of the camera and couldn't really focus something. Yeah, it's a kind of sandboxy gameplay where you walk around, explore stuff. You get things that you could call. Yeah, it's definitely in development. Yeah. But at the moment, I can't show you much because the camera is not really working the way it should be. But it's just this valley here that you can walk around and explore, basically. There's an overarching story that will kind of guide you from up here all the way around to there. And apart from that, you can pick up small quests or requests or something like that on your way to get you going around in the world and basically finding stuff on your way. And that's all that is here at the moment. I'm not sure how deep I want to go into puzzle gameplay, apart from maybe one or two pressure plates somewhere that you need to put items on, and lock doors and levers you have to pull. So it's not really a full puzzle game, I would say. It's kind of a 3D version of an old school adventure game, but with a RPG camera, but without stats and without fighting. The moment, something we can do where we don't need to use the camera that much. We can watch the day go by and the villagers walking around trying to find their way. The moment it's night or way early morning, so they are trying to get home from the place I put them. And once the clock hits 9, they will come back from there and walk around the marketplace and the shrine over here. And should look like they are shopping and stuff like that. But at the moment they are not doing anything, but because it's too early in development for that. Here we have some guards patrolling around. They do that all the day, throughout the night, because I haven't set any schedule for them yet. Yeah, that's basically all there is. And sun should come up soon. There it is. Right on time. There's still a few minutes, free moments for them to start going about their daily business. And all the characters you see at the moment are placeholders. We'll change them out with custom made characters, or characters that I can kind of create on my own with outfits and parameters for body dimensions and stuff like that. Yeah, looks like that, yeah. But it's just them trying to get to the one of the two home locations, which at some point will be set to a specific bed for each character in a house, so that they walk there and then lie down. But at the moment, it's just two spots in the world. And now it's past 9 in the morning, and they're going over here and start their shopping, or walking around to empty market stalls. And the other group from the other side is also coming over here. And some are visiting the shrine. Yeah, that's basically I have in here. And as soon as I get the first person camera perspective back, I can show you a bit more about the interaction system with items and doors and stuff like that. But I'm working on that at the moment, so it's temporarily unusable, let's call it that. Oh no, that's bad. That's really bad. Ugh. It's really horrible, especially for my wallet. Ugh. I hate Steam sales, especially if there are games that I want to have. Okay, so let's go on here. So here we need the spring arm again. And let's check if that's shorter than our minimum camera distance. +1 minus +1. And this result will set our first person. So if the camera is at minimum camera distance, then it's set to first person mode. So this is our mouse wheel up. Camera, zoom out. No, it's one of the camera zooms at least. And the next thing we need is mouse wheel down. And as before, we are checking if we're in first person mode. And if that's true, we are setting our field of view. And for that we take our camera, get the field of view, and we add the zoom increment. Then we clamp that. With our minimum and maximum FOV. And set that in here. then our maximum field of view. The result of that check using to set our first person mode. Okay. And here we are getting the spring arm. Setting the arm lengths. And we add our zoom increment. Clamp that. Try min and max again. Okay. Small speed down. Camera zoom. Okay, and now we need to set a few start parameters for our variables, and after that it should be basically everything we need to do for that. That's 90. And I might change a few things here for my preferences. But at the moment, let's just take those values we have in the tutorial. And speaking of the tutorial, here it is. So let's see if this works. Okay, we are in first person, and yeah, the camera is inside our head, which looks a bit strange, but can pick up items again and carry around objects in the world. Even though I'm looking inside the head. So we need to change the position there. And if I click this again, come on. It's not toggling it. Awesome. Does this work? Okay, that works. So, zooming in. And zooming out. And for some reason the toggle out of first person doesn't work. So let's check why. See arrows. Okay, nothing special because I don't know where these come from, and they're not destroying anything for me. Why is this not working correctly? Yeah, I made something wrong here. This is not supposed to be minimum, it's supposed to be maximum. Yeah. So starting out at third person, clicking that. I need to add a bit more camera control, I think. And I have one thing I want to do is just standing idle too long. I want the camera to fly around the character, because I like that in games that do that. Especially if you have created a cool looking character with cool gear. Okay, so yeah, that worked, but like I said, we need to fix the parameters of it. that was the thing at first, that it needed us to switch, basically. So let's start at this, but I think I need to make this smaller. So that we don't look into that much. Zero. Let's try that. Okay. 0 works, and yeah, for running it doesn't really work. So I need to figure a way out to set the head correctly, or even better, kind of remove the head for the first person mode. But at the moment I can't do that because it's not a separate part of the body. But if I click this, we're in third person, and yeah, okay, we need to fix the parameters here. So the minimum is supposed to be 0. No, because I still want to have the full body feeling. So if I'm in first person mode and look down, I want to see the body of the character. In this case, we don't see the feet because the character is fat, but for normal characters, you would see the feet if they are not fat like this one. And character is modeled after me, so I can say that I'm allowed to. So even though I can see my feet, but I think I lost a bit of weight since then. Because I kind of like this feeling. If you look down, okay, you really are a character in the world. And the other thing is, if I set them to invisible, then we don't have a shadow when the sun is out or when the lights are on and stuff like that. And I also want to have a shadow in game. And it works for this. Doesn't work when we look down, so it's still okay. So if we're running, okay, don't look down. And that's a life lesson. When you run, don't look down. Don't look at your feet, basically, when you try to run. So yeah, and now we have the shadow here. And it's the shadow of the character we have at the moment. So if I were to switch the character to something else, then you would have that character there. So if I switch over to Argila, for instance, then we would have the body here. But as you can see here, I also need to change the camera angle I have to work with and stuff like that. So why is that not working? Okay, there's something broken in my inventory, in my, not inventory system, my dialogue system. Let's switch this back to me. Yeah, let's see what kind of the hell. What we can add to this system here. So this works, and this scroll in and out also worked. But like I said, we need to figure out the angle we can rotate the camera. So let's see what we can do here. At least up and down, left and right. It's okay, we can switch that because the character rotates with that, but not up and down. Yeah, okay, we are not using that. So what can we do with this spring arm? Oh, we can't create a socket. Yeah, I think we need to create a socket on the mesh here for the camera, so that we can position that a bit better. The only problem then would be that if the head is moving with our idle, it would be moving around in game. So I'm not sure how to work against that, basically. Oh, I wanted to test something else. With the spring arm here, let's go into third person mode and yeah, okay, if we're running backwards against the wall, it's pushed. Yeah, okay, these lights are still a bit iffy here. I need to fix them. Okay, but yeah, we can use that. If we turn around, the lights go back on. I mean, now that we have third person mode, we could try to get the swimming animation working. Because at the moment we are just running when we're in water. Yeah, the swimming is still a bit broken or underdeveloped. Let's call it that. Broken is the wrong word. Yeah, I need to fix the the way the camera behaves when we turn around while not moving. So let's have a look at that. I think we need some kind of variable here. We can set if we are moving or not. Well, let's do something kind of horrible in here. For movement, let's see, can we get the wait, I can't go from here to okay. Okay. Let's create a function here. And for that we need the speed we have at the moment. Not sure if that's the run speed or walk speed. I think those are just to change the animations. Let's see, character movement. Let's see, maybe we can get something from here. Okay, we can only get the max speed, not the current speed. Oh wait, but I think we can get something like velocity. Yeah, get velocity. And if that's no, we need a float for that, I think. No, let's try this. If that's equal to 0, 0. So if we're not moving, then it's not. Let's try that. Okay, so if let's branch here. Now we need to do that differently. The idea was to set this on event tick, but not if I'm trying to do something else here. So if we are not moving, so if that is false, I need to change my camera, but where do I do that? I think event tick is the way to go. Something we don't need anymore. I mean, we need the connection, but not the hover. The not, yeah. We don't need the output there, the print string. Okay. Yeah, this needs to be called every tick so that we get proper value for that. But where do we do the camera rotation? Let's do a bit of alignment and cleaning up here. Line those to the left. Let's see if we can get those closer together somehow. I mean, we can do this. Then straighten those a bit more. this over a bit. Oh no, we can't get the to the line correctly there. Okay, but let's see. If we don't want to grab the item, then we are doing the selection stuff over here. And if it's not a new selection, we are doing all this and setting new selection to false. No, if it is a new selection, we're doing all this, starting selection, and here we're ending the selection, which we use for our small icon that's popping up for the for picking up items and stuff like that. So we could add another pin here. Now a sequence. Just do something else down there. Or we could split this up a bit more. So basically we can put in a sequence in the beginning and handle all this stuff in one step, and then on the next step handle something completely different. This could work as well. Yeah, I think we can do that. So let's remove that. Sequence here where we do that, and then we're going down here where we are calling this here we have branch. And if that is true, we are not doing anything. But if it's false, I want to rotate the camera around the player. So let's see. I think it's the spring arm. Need to get okay. So the spring arm head. Where is that? Wait, it's not the spring arm, is it the... Ah, okay, it's the camera itself. We need to get set. Then we don't want that. Let's do the opposite up here. Let's try this first. Okay, we are still moving, but yeah. So that's not it. Maybe I'm just doing this completely wrong way. Let's see if I have rotate camera. Oh, okay. Let's try that. Let's see what this changes for us. Okay, that's not really what I had in mind. Yay! Now I can rotate the character. Awesome! I wanted to rotate the camera. Nope. Still not what I had in mind. I mean, it's awesome, but I want something different to rotate there. And now it's not doing this anymore, yeah. But here I can look at that, but let's see the other options. Yeah, okay. I think that's the best way to do. Let's have a look at that. Because I think that's what I want in that case. Just need to trigger it correctly. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Yeah. I think I will look into that later, but okay, that's something different. I already managed all this, so we can close this as well. I don't need this anymore. This can be closed.
Skeletal mesh.
Damn it. Stop that. Okay. Yeah, I think I will just need to trigger matinee at that point. It would look better. Okay, all that works at the moment. Wait, it could be interesting for the view radius. so old. Debugging always needed. Okay, that's the behavior tree quick guide. I still need to look through for the behavior they're using in here. Oh no, it's just a simple follower. So yeah, no, it's not important then. It's the other tutorial that I found interesting. Where they are having the AI hide from the player. Okay, I managed to get this to work. So we can close that. Yeah, this could be interesting at some point. Pick up physics object. Yeah, we can keep this open. 3D live content. I don't need anymore. Nope. Nope, I don't need that. This could be interesting at some point. And this is talking about slots and stuff like that, so could have a look at that. And yeah, this I also need. So let's close this. And do we have open here? Too much stuff. So let's close that, this, and it's only picture stuff here. References for town layouts and stuff like that. And that was the third one. Yep. I think this is using C++. Yeah, it's using C++. So let's close that for the moment. Invert widgets. Yeah, no, we don't need that. Yeah, create something different for my stuff. This could be interesting for new characters later. is this? NPC dialog system. Okay, but I think this is also some kind of user-generated stuff that was kind of limited in some ways. Yeah. Okay, they're doing this in one statement here, basically. Yeah, it's a bit of a different system, but I like mine, and it works now. So yeah, this is something I find strange, because there's some kind of dialogue system in the engine, but I'm not really sure how to access that. Even though it's mostly based around audio files. Okay, it says first enemy. What is this? Oh yeah, that's the environment query system. That's something I really want to have a look at some point. So we need that. Don't need that. That's something interesting to read at some point, but not now. So it's clearing up again a bit, which is always a good thing. There's too many tabs open. But we are not below 200. That's still a bit too much. Let's close that. And that's the same. Yeah. Let's okay, this we don't need. This could be interesting. Some kind of outline effect. Yeah, I still need to look into those. It's not important. This is interesting. Yeah, at some point I want to have an effect like this on kind of paper for when you pause the game, but only in pause mode. So examples. Okay. And we don't need that. Okay. Sorry about that. I need to clear those out at some point and just wanted to look for something and remove all the rest. Okay, so let's get back to this. Yeah, I think I will just call matinee here. First I need to create a good looking one. It's just flying around the character. As soon as we are moving again, it should turn away. So what do I have in here so far? I think I'm already further into development in Unreal than I was in Unity. But okay, I used a lot of stuff from the time in Unity to boost this here. Okay, so what can we do now? I think I want to start with kind of character data. which means something like all the variables I might need for a character to have him behave naturally over the day, stuff like that. So far I have something in my villager AI, and game time here. I think it's in the AI controller. Yeah, here we have a home location, which is just a name. Yeah, and we're setting that to our list of home locations. So that's the character going back to his, or saving his, home location. So what else do we need here? Um, where's this? Where's our home location? It's an actor. Oh, that's just an empty actor. There's nothing else in here. So let's change this slightly. Let's add billboard. Okay. Let's change this. Let's move this here so that we only have that. And let's see. Do we have bed here? No, those are textures. Let's see if we have icon for bed somewhere. Which I doubt. Yeah, those are pickup stuff. Yeah, no. No home location icon we can use basically. Um, hmm. Okay. I mean, what I could do is just add a few of those around the map here. To give it a bit more variety in that regard. Let's create a folder for them. Okay, that's in the right spot now. Yeah, let's just copy one of them. Not one, but a few of them to every of these houses. House placeholders. And this one should go over here. Let's see what we get from that. Now that we have a few more spots where they can go to. Yeah, these houses over here seem to be popular. A few people here. Oh, there are a lot of people here. Interesting. Okay. So let's make a few notes for characters. Well, not characters, but villagers and yeah, basically characters. Character data. What do we need here? So we need home location. We need a schedule. And then we need faction data. That's something that we can set up here. basically reputation. And then relationships. Might sound a bit much, but you can just say, okay, who are they married to, whose father, whose son, and something like that. Simple connections. Oh, and names. Gender. Forgot the simple stuff. Race. Occupation. What else? Maybe it's something like habits. Only the extremes there. Something that's really part of the character and shows into every part of life, basically. And the faction data is something that the player also has, and depending on the reputation there, you might get different dialogue options. So if you anger the guards too much, then at some point if your reputation with guards is at zero, for instance, you might get thrown out of town or you can't get into town. Something like that. And for NPCs, this data, the faction data, is something that will determine with what kind of people they want to talk to, they want to deal with, and what kind of people they try to avoid. So that's something I need to check for. So if we have someone in town that absolutely hates elves, he might try to avoid them. And if a shopkeeper, for instance, um, doesn't like his elven customers, he might um, charge them more or stuff like that, which could cause some problems and something the player can influence. Maybe. Or just cause a more dynamic um, living in town. Let's create the base data for that. Okay, so let's create a structure. data. And start with the basics. Since I want this to be data driven as well, I will add an ID, which is an integer, and then take the basics name, which is a okay. Yeah, let's put this to a name, since it's okay. Then we have an male, which will determine gender. And oh no, let's change this to something else, because we might have some races that don't have genders. So let's create something for that. Let's save this. Let's create an enum. Health. Control. Pixie. Dwarf. And it's, oh, I closed this. Let's launch this again. No, it's still open. Yeah, just out of this, the other monitor. Races. Oh, okay. I think that's most of it. Giant. And yeah, I think that's all of them, at least for the moment. Not sure if I will expand that at some point. So gender will be what is that? Interesting. Okay, but let's take my gender types here. And the next one will be race. Then we need another enum here. Relationship types. Father. Mother. Daughter. Son. Friend. Husband. Wife. And maybe stuff like that. And here we need another blueprint, another structure, and this would be relationship data. And here we have the ID. The name. And the relationship type. Here we have the relations, which is relationship data array. And then we have the affection data. Yeah, I think this can be byte. I need a lot of those. need here? Mm, that might be something that I'm expanding on later at some point. So the next variable here is reputation. No, it's not really reputation, but yeah, let's call it reputation. In the reputation is its reputation for the player, but it's the opposite for the character space, for the NPCs. So they see the world and how they see different factions. Let's call this factions. Let's do that. Then we need the home location. This would be a location reference. Can't I set that? Yeah, that's the space in there. And then we need schedule data. And you need to look up what my time is. Let's see. Blueprint. is that? It's an integer. Okay, so those are integers. Let's go this morning. Work start. Work end. Bedtime. I think that's all we need here. I can add more to this later if I want to. So let's set this as schedule. Okay. What's the next thing we need? Occupation. Let's call this current occupation. And let's create something for that. Let's create an enum so that we can switch that out. Let's see. Occupation types. Innkeeper. Merchant. Fisherman. Miner. Mayor. Farmer. Barmaid. Cook. Servant. Adventurer. Mercenary. I'm not sure if that's spelled correctly. Okay, looks good. Scribe. Clerk. And something that looks a bit strange here, but I will add it in here as well. Because they are not just unemployed. They have special other roles. Okay, I think that's all we need for this. Yeah, the habits I had in the in here. Yeah, don't. This I'm not sure. I think I can add that some other way into the character. Oh, there's one other thing. We need another structure here. We need body data. Stuff like height, and this would be integer. No, this needs to be float because this is something I'm multiplying stuff with. Weight. Muscles. H. Even though I'm not sure about H. In that way. So I'm not sure how far I can go with my characters, basically. Is the end character mesh and twisting of that. Let's see. Then we have the round face. It seems a bit strange, but those are values you can change with sliders and stuff like that, and in character creation. Well, I can use that for NPCs as well. Even though I'm thinking of maybe not using the H slider for character creation. I'm not sure yet. Oh, I've just thought about another thing I can add to our character data here. But we need another enum for that. nose. Ears. Yeah, this is something that will definitely change when I'm getting feedback for that from my brother. And let's see what else do we need here. I think I need to look something up. No, it's not here. I think I have it open here somewhere. Yeah. Okay, there's something else. Yeah. Beard. Hair. Here. Hair. Skin color. Hair color. Eye color. Tattoo. And like I said, they'll float because they are sliders. I can change, or player can change. And I'm using them to look up stuff in the rest of the data. So basically each slider position has a corresponding value for these here. For the rest, it's just size, I would say. So here, be size, nose size, ear size. just thought about. This pro. It's proper spelling for that. Disproportion. That's something I'm not sure about if we can get that in to get a bit of disproportion into the character, so that you can have a slider in different directions. Not sure about that. Okay. Now we have that. So we can add another variable here. This is the body data, and get the body data. Okay, I think that's all we need there. I just thought of something else, but I'm not sure about that. Personality. Personality. And that would be another enum. Yeah, and I can add stuff to that later if I need it, but I'm not really sure if I need that. Okay, that's stuff that I can import somehow and then set. I think what I can do here, I can create the, yeah, let's do something else for this. Thing is, I'm not sure if I need an integer ID here. I think it's better if we just use the name key for that. And then I can set that quite easily for the journal entry. Yeah, let's do that. So let's remove this. And it's only those two. The entry to add, and we also need, let's see, where's that called? Let's find the references to that. Okay, we have the journal component here where we have the list, and this is a name, so we can use that name in here. And let's see, that's our feedback text. Let's move this down. Okay, let's save this. So this is text. Yeah, that's okay. But that's not something we need somewhere else. So we don't need that in here, and we don't need that in here. But we need something else. We need something to add the proper element in here. I mean, it's okay. We can also just use that inside the exploration trigger. I think that's better if we do it there. So we need to go to the exploration trigger. Okay, here we have a bit of problem. Let's see. Yeah, I need to change this. So we have the box collision here, and then we have this journal entry. Which is, can't really see what it is. Journal entry data, and that's a class. And we don't need that class here anymore that I think of. Yeah, this is now. No, we are using data for that, which is much better. So this is the journal geometry data struct. And this will break almost everything. And yeah, here we need to do something different because we don't need this anymore. Delete that. Yes. We don't need that. What we need there is something different. We don't need even tick at all. Not for this. This is static. Let's set this to name. Compile. And I can use that to get the data out of our database that we want to create for this. I mean, we can do that, but yeah, we can do that. It's not elegant, but it's okay. I would have liked it to use just that type, but we would have needed to convert it inside the HUD then, so it's okay. Okay, this is just design here with bound properties, so we can save that and close. Because they're both, yeah, text, it's okay. Let's compile this. Because this is just adding the thing to the player journal. The exploration trigger is the one that's handling the data. So in here we need to do something else. Let's delete that. And let's add something to this to make it clear what we have here. And here we can set the let's see, what is this? Interesting. Let's go to UI textures. And let's take that one. Okay, here we need to create our usual function for loading in. Load what is it? Journal data. What did I call this? Here. Okay, it's database. Yeah. let's do that. Wait, what? Oh, did want to create a graph. Did want to create a the wrong category here. Let's create a function. Let's do that there. So, damn it. We need to do this in here. Yep, we have our item database here. We also need our other database here. So we need to load that, and then we need to get the thing in here. So this would be journal entry data struct array. Wait, we don't need that because I can use the data table itself. Because I can just get the data table row item thingy here. Can get the data table row and with that identifier here, so I don't need that. Yeah. Come on, save. So we don't need the complete list here. guess I can load them out of my database. Yeah. So this is basically that. Our trigger name is row name, and then we set this in the rows found to, yeah, that's the wrong thing. We don't have the table yet, so that would be it basically. Here I just need to make sure that the data is correct there. Okay. So now I need to just create the database and then load it in. Yeah. Okay. I think I will do that offline over the weekend, so that on Monday I can fill in all this data. So that's all for today. I will be back on Sunday with more Witcher 3, and on Monday with more game dev. So, bye bye.